And we're on! You know what? Aside from being just on, I'm going to turn this thing on too. Hold on a little bit. Add window captions. I'm going to change a little bit how we are going to do things today. Usually I play lots of music, you guys already know, but those lo-fi music is going to make people sleep. So I decided to switch up a little bit. Yes, this one. Yeah, this is what you're looking at. Chatty music. I'm gonna put this up in a corner. And I'm gonna play this. Is there like a playlist easy for me to roast? Do you guys want the roast one or just the rhythm with? You know what? Me mess music. Okay, with this, let's do a little bit cropping. I don't want this thing to eat up the screen up too much. Okay. Good. Actually, I also got like a very high forehead. So, yeah, I can relate it. Oh, yeah, dude, I've got to replace... it's always this. I made a lot of things, thumbnail, and I keep forgetting about replacing the thumbnail.
Hey, illustrate something. What rhymes with even? As in, I don't get mad, I get even. I drench my grandma in
Sorry. I guess
Hey,
I was
illustrate
guessing.
something. What rhymes with even? As in, I don't get mad, I get even. I drench my grandma in female. Don't touch me before I got beaten. Once a kid enters my basement, he ain't leaving. The plane's headed for the towers, ain't steering. The planes inside the towers aren't leaving. Both towers are now leaving. Fell in love with a girl in Thailand, but she turned out to be Steven. Cops on my back, yeah, they stop me from breathing. I'll get mad, I get even. Violence is something I believe in. I have to feed the children in my basement because they haven't eaten. The children in my basement can't stop screaming. I don't get mad, I get even. You'll find a body in the freezer, but the door won't close cause I couldn't.
That one, dog. Oh, this one is the classic. The hair is a little bit much more harder to do. Oh man, I can see what inside his nostril. Oh, and I actually like hold on a little bit.
Let's make something not Italian. Even an horizontally.
Do you feel rejected by society?
Bro, can hear the colors, bro. Thinks mute is too loud, bro. Can hear sign language, bro. Invented, hear me out, bro. Heard the joke before somebody said it, bro. Heard the news before they even spread it, bro. It's the definition of I'm all ears, bro. Move out of the way, I can't hear, bro. Always hear you.
Shut up, I'm all ears. That sounds like a pretty neat skill.
Broken here back in time. Broken here the comments, don't listen to the
if like, here's the thing, like, do people get mad when they got into this place? Because here's the thing. Some of this thing is legitly funny. Like, even people, like, here's the thing, like, if people mention, like, some part about me, like high-ass forehead, or, like, anything, like, insulting on me, on my things, but I can't even get mad at this point, like, doing such an epic way.
Serious. If you comment some dumb shit, I'm not gonna take you serious.
Ignore the haters, keep your chin up, bro. Girls build like the Snapchat logo. How we fold this house, he's never owned a tie. Necklace behavior until next time. Can't wear a necklace because he is necklace. What neck of the woods are you from? This guy is sticking his neck out for no one. This is the guy who can survive a car crash. Is that nipple on your neck or your chest? Bros never get choked out in the jiu-jitsu match. Master for head and shoulders with the neck bros. Look it up, but you need to uppercuts, dude. Is a whole new race of people. Mexican, allergic to headlocks, neck reveal. Shut it.
I wonder if they actually, like, spend, like, quite a long time to curate this kind of stuff.
Is your favorite food chicken and rice? Rice cube, nigga, Saki stole like how you can cry. The next rush hour movie will only feature him. Lucky Chan Pro can't drive or swim. You make or steal that
There's one I don't understand. Like, sometimes something is just, like, mean for fun, but this one, I don't see the point. He doesn't know Chinese. Oh, this one.
That's my ex. I broke up with her because she was seeing someone on the side. It would never work between us. We could never see eye to eye. So leave the girl that she can see left, right, and straight at the same time. Over here, her eyes got stick tricks. She's got blue eyes. One blue this way, one blue that way. Cover I'm not going to say anything because she might see it the wrong way. When I'm talking to you, the real Trump shooter, what's your point of view? At least you can't see all these comments where you look at your teeth. Come on, guys, she got at you for your disease. One eye looking at you, one eye looking for you. Shut it. Shut it.
Ooh, man. That muscle. But do you guys know, actually, this is actually like some sort of disease? Now, not having melanin actually is the weird thing. Not so actually, like, having like a pretty like so if you have like a normal skin that can go if you go out into the sun. So if you go to the sun and then you get hit by sun, and then like your body have a change of melanin just to protect your body from the sun, that thing is actually pretty normal. So a lot of people, I won't say like everyone, but like people from like having like a certain degree of fair skin, and basically they can go fair skin to dark skin. They can actually go quite a lot of like different shade of skin colors. Is basically is just a very normal thing. Being unable to make that skin go dark is actually the abnormal thing. Not sure it's because of evolutions or like some weird things happening like in between, but how like dark skin evolve is basically some people just exposed to the sun more, and then as like generation passed, you know, times change, even like people from the ancient time, like I mean Paleolithic time, it's basic Stone Age stuff. Well, lots of people are very dark skinned in the first place because they are exposed to sun quite more, especially in the Africa side, and there's still quite a lot of different, Stone Age cultures back then. It's like it's still like in a much more like foresty, not foresty, a little jungle areas. Like especially like I won't really say it's Malaysia. Technically, Malaysia do have lots of like ancient people, like Stone Age people in here too. We literally have a cave called Batu Cave. um, so yeah, there's a lot of like places with that. As you already can see, like Malay have like or people in Indonesia they have like a darker skin. Is because like yeah, generally back in the days like around this area is actually exposed to suns a lot, despite we having jungle. So a lot of people did evolve to a point that have a much more darker skin when it comes to them. So you can kind of see in a place that is much more hotter, that will get like exposed to the sun more, that would have like a darker skin. And I think on the western side, why there are people like literally just pure white skin, and some people do not have the ability to gain darker skin at all, might be some sort of mutations. It's like the blue eye thingy, you know? The blue eye actually is a mutations from like one guy, and then somehow it's spread out to like everyone afterward. Well, blue eye is beautiful. Of course, they get like. Actually, aside from blue eyes, do you know people like with purple eyes actually exist? Yeah, I think it's like a new type of mutation, like in between like the blue eyes one, but still, it's like a separate mutation with the blue eyes one, or like someone with like separate mutation mixed with the blue eyes, they get like the purple eyes. Purple eyes people does exist. It's actually a little bit. I think it's like much more common in some certain place, but it's actually really rare overall in the world. Yeah, it's sometimes that it can actually like be quite surprising when it comes to this kind of things. So yeah, like again, like when it comes to like this, you can see like his skin is actually not pure white. Not like like we gone pale because we didn't expose the sun. You can actually legitly see his hand is lack of melanin. It's a disease that actually slowly your melanin in your body is like I'm not sure it's dying or disappearing. Um it's just weakening to a point that they can't produce any like dark melanin anymore. So you just have like a very white skin. And then slowly eventually it kind of like started with the hand first, weirdly. And it slowly climb up to your entire body. Not really sure why, but our palm first are lack of melanin. So our palm, our feet, like at the bottom of our feet, they are also like lack of melanin. So I'm not sure why. Usually it start around those places, and then it slowly spread out to the entire body. I won't really say like it's a disease. It's more like some things like genetically got triggered. There are people who have the reverse one too. Like instead of like having like a lack of melanin patch of body, it's more like having like a heavy melanin patch body. So it's like something like birthmark, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Sometimes some people like have like literally one patch of their face is darkened to the point that yeah, it's basically like a different race at that side. But yeah, generally it's like that. This is a very special case in some sense. Man. Oh wait, how the horn actually works? Yeah, the chat is actually quite
Why
epic.
does everybody ask me if I'm Latina? Isn't it obvious?
Hey, we actually have a lot of people called Fatina, you know?
Imagine she was 2 steps up. Holy shit, that catfish had me for a second. How said no, I would hit.
Hold on, I'm trying to pull out the... Yep, this one. Yeah, some of the song rhymes like super well. I'm actually quite surprised. Oh, the horn function. So the horn actually come from down here and then give it. A lot of people can do this kind of like facial shape, right? I can do this, maybe.
Hey, let's write something. What rhymes with eyes? As in, if only you made my mouth wider instead of my eyes.
9/11 was a bunch of lies. I just got real life for black guys. Through the town, my
Yeah, sometimes some of the chat written as like, you know, it's like they just try to be offensively funny. Some didn't nail it, some actually nailed it really well. There's a lot about this particular girl, so...
Hey, let's write something. What rhymes
Is
with
this a channel?
bar? As in, you love the chase, but I always raise the bar.
I got the candy, just get in my car. We're reaching a second tower. The plane tower.
Wow, lots of 9/11 jokes in there. Are people still using 9/11 jokes? Like, things sometimes like get old. That thing is like overused, I guess. In my opinion. typo was made. Oh, I just talked about this before. Speaking about like pandemic stuff. Like back in the days, when the lockdown happened, yes, the lockdown happened. There's lots of babies like around the lockdown time because they only lock inside their home like with their family only. Lots of baby like develop like a fears of strangers. Like, of course, there are people like not really afraid of strangers because like imagine like you spend like a solid 2 years when you're a baby just staring at your own parent only, and yeah, things would change quite a lot. Like you just got used to a parent face. The moment you see some other people face, your stranger dangers like instinct kick in. So a lot of kids are actually quite afraid of strangers. I think like around this time, depends like how the parent deals with the aftermath. Like take them out more, meeting a lot more strangers. Like they have to like withstand the kid being noisy in the outsides because like the moment they go out, they would just start like screaming and crying, and those kind of things like happens if you guys don't decide to fix them soon. A lot more people are going to become a super introvert at this point. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It's going to happen. Like imagine Gen Z is like quite introverted, and then like the next gen, the newer generations from the MCO era. It's just when I say MCO era, that's more like particularly just like Malaysian thing. There's way more different content in different places, obviously, and yeah, all the lockdown babies going to just have a way more like introvert side of them. We already like even people like Gen X and Millennial, they aren't that like shut in that much. Nowadays they would be even more shut in because they discovered you can actually do quite a lot of things in the internet. So yeah, like a lot more people have become like super shut in after this. They discovered they can just not go out and go for grocery and everything. There's a lot of things. Even I missed it, man. Man, he skipped the best part, the skibidi toy. By the time he grow up, he's going to see like as an ancient documentary of memes, Skibbity Toilet. Heck, part 2?
on their phones with this one. I don't know why everyone is complaining about this song. It sounds perfectly okay on mute. Yes, I could be and cute. Drop a bang banger, bang my head against my wall until I could not hear it anymore. Songs the equivalent to ninja flossing in New York. I'm gonna lie, this song slaps and you absolutely killed it. This is dead. Whoever found this gem, please put it back. No had no reason to drop such a fire track, so we did not. The animations look better when I turn my monitor off. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the bed. Tess I cooked and gave us food.
Man, somehow they sing better than them.
We got ChatGPT to write him a cool rap song. We gatekeeping this one for the sake of humanity. Should it get roll frozen for eternity?
If I listen to the song, I kind of got forced. Shut it.
Illustrate something. What rhymes with share, as in, tell your boys you're busy tonight, cause I don't wanna share.
I pushed my disabled grandma off a chair.
Wow.
I played in my ball screen and the sheet made out my pubic hair. I ripped the shit stains from my man's underwear.
Ew.
My old bag of autism is the rarest of the rare. I lifted my dishwasher up by grabbing her hair. I gave the homeless AIDS instead of $1 to spare. Took my kids for a bath, but forgot to let them up for air. My semen is on my grandma from a dare. Babies with cancer never had any hair. Trump uses Doritos as skincare. Joe Biden gets hard after smelling children's hair. Liam Payne ran in one direction through the air. My uncle said spit on they can make it clear. I went to a titty party and woke up in intensive care. I'm at Trey's basement, where's my underwear? Where's my underwear? Told him I can't breathe twice, he didn't really care. I can't breathe, you wish you're scared from the pain to stare. I was browsing the internet and found a Rule 34 of a chair. Fighting a pregnant woman and I told him to make it fair. I don't like crashing in one tower right there.
You know, speaking about this, what I heard is Diddy House, the one that particularly one got raided. Man, my controller fell. The one that got particularly raid, it caught on fire. Maybe the baby oil caught on fire. Man, it fell again. Hold on a little bit. I got quite a fair few of ping for some reasons. Let me try to take a look. Why is it happening? Where's happening? This, that, yada yada stuff. Oh yeah. I need to go to the toilet a little bit. Tummy's a little in pain. Drank quite a lot of coffee this morning, so yeah. Anyway, I would take a break. We'll be back soon. Be right back. Oh, I didn't turn on the stream.bot. Alright. BRB. And I'm back. Yeah, let's play back the music. This one is a little bit because I need to keep this thing on. I can't see the reference down to see. Better have the reference on and take a look. Oh, the shide. This particular style of art really takes a lot of energy. The reason why it takes a lot of energy, well, it's, I say simple, it just does. Because like the carving, slowly chipping away stuff, it requires a lot of focus to actually do this. Obviously, if anyone have a decent amount of like line art skill, they can just like substitute it with them. For me, I have a mediocre line art skill, so yeah. Besides, I'm going for the level 1 line art, which is going to like use a bit more of this you can see it used a little bit way more shadows, this and that stuff. You know. Oops. It's going to take ages for the head to even like look proper, so at first this thing is just not going to look pretty. Yeah, that's like one of the things that you guys have to know. This thing is going to take quite a long time to have this thing done properly. By the way, anyone who's here, hello there. My name is Kirivaku and I'm your host and your voice for the voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what I'm going to do. Because, again, this is like a very long grind in some sense. As time passed, like a lots of things will change, like facial shape, this and that, yeah, the other stuff. Because this is like something of like a very delicate procedures when it comes to like the carving phase. Especially this is actually a pretty challenging angle. Oops. Her face is actually quite widened, but not the lips. The lips I need to readjust a little bit. The end point need to be slightly more thicker, but also same time not that thick. This is why this carving style always like have a much more benefit side of it. It's because like you are in complete control of the line art. The problem is you really need to pay really much attention. So I try to teach my friends like how to use this carving style, and some can't do it. Even some can. They would tell me that, yeah, if you have like a very good like line art skill, you're better off just with that. Which I also quite agree, because this is like a compensation if you're not really good at line art, like just zero talent on line art. This is like one of the way you can do it, and it's also quite unique. You can have, like I say again, like complete control on how the flow is going to be when it comes to like how the lines is going to become. And so far, my friend told me that this is some things that it seems that only I can do so far, that do make it look easy. Because they try to do it, even they manage to like make artwork like doing it this way. They tell me that it takes them so much time, is like very impractical. Like it took them like maybe like 2 weeks just like complete like one thing. Maybe it's because they're not used to it, so it takes like much more longer time. But for me, it's like super easy, you know. So I can't understand like why. If you guys are interested in how this thing, like this art style work, I can try my best to give you guys some header how this thing works. But currently you guys can just like watch me work, and then you guys might just already know like how this thing functions in the first place. Hi there, Lofi. Happy 年初二. Yeah, also you can see like I got $30. Finally, at day 9, actually, like I have like the usual patron like viewer drop in, and then like decided to give me like $20. I was like, holy moly, that's a lot of money. Yeah, because of that, I unlocked like most of the important perk. Let me show it again. So in my donathon thingy, like there's like the free art one. I already draw 3 free art, so I still have 2 more tickets left, and the voice line is available. The voice line is unlocked, so anyone can write down voice line, and then I'll do it. Don't worry, I can actually do quite lots of voice, and actually in the much more deeper voice too. I shouldn't actually progressing my voice this way because like, it sounds very similar if I just build it up that way. And obviously I can do quite a lot of voice. I just realized actually doing this voice is quite straining for my other voice. This is basically if I do my 90s, 50s like Radio Man voice, it actually makes it harder to do the deeper voice because the 50s actually quite straining to the vocal cord. I might actually do less about that, but it is like a very unique voice. And actually, of course, only the old man voice is a completely different voice. But yeah, here's like one of the reasons why I do like asking people like what next like coloring page that I'm going to draw. The reason is I already know that I'm going to like get past like $30 sooner or later, so I just select it first. So now my current like coloring page, this one, Iris one, is going to be free for everyone to have it. And obviously, anyone can drop in and ask about like my many other crew. If you guys didn't know, actually, I got like an entire crew to show. Hold on a little bit. Might take a bit. Oh, sorry, I need to remove this thing. Alright. Let's go to the artwork show. Is that image? I draw lots of like family photo of my entire crew together. So hold on a little bit. I didn't draw like a family photo of this particular Chinese New Year. Technically, almost all New Year I draw like a New Year post and a Chinese New Year post. I think they are a little bit too close to each other, so I just change it to just draw New Year post. Ooh, I can't find it. Oh, yeah, like that accidents, like half of my stuff that I drew is lost. So, might not be here anymore. I guess I should just open up the older one. Hold on a little bit. Is it in the OBS asset? Yeah. Oh, found it. Found this is the last year for the New Year one. So, ta-da! I did it like pretty quick. I have like an entire crew of people to actually. It's actually the I kind of like speed draw this thing within 1 hour. I'm not kidding. It's literally within 1 hour. The Lost Legends Studio. So Lost Legend actually has got copyrighted, the name, so I cannot use Lost Legend Studio. I'm just going to change it to Lolo Studio. So it's basically my character lore is like I am a void that from multiple dimensions, but I can't be physically appear in the 3D dimensions, which is the human dimensions, like 3D. And because like 3D is very allergic to like the 4th, 5th, 6th, 12 dimensions things happening in there. So my character decided to go to the 2D dimensions, working with a bunch of anime characters, like sentient anime characters. They all have the anime trope, this and that, yada stuff. And yeah, they all are kind of like working together to film, working in a studio to do a film, which like in a film means like more or less like in their term is filming, but in our term is like literally anime. So it's a very different thing. And then there's like I did draw them individually. I need to find out where is it. Oh yeah, I also got myself like Final Fantasies, the remake and the rebirth one, so I might have to stream them. I need to do like a dedicated maybe like 2 or 3 month stream just to stream that game. Why that? Let me try to find the file that I drew the entire group. Hold on a little bit. Someone's calling me, knocking my door. You accident? Alright, I'm back. Sorry, my cousin, not my doll. Yeah, I didn't expect like there's still people have like ang pao to give me. I have so many ang pao. I can actually like show off how many I have. My parents' one is this too, and then this is all from my like father's side of the family. I guess like maybe in like 4 or 5, my mother's side of family will come, so I will get a furthermore like ang pao from this. Good thing I'm running out of money actually. Yeah, sadly it's like I'm not sure I'm a good artist or not. A lot of people say I am, but I never actually get a single job for art commissions. Like the only time that I actually got like art commission job back in the days is I literally do it like live in stream. It was like back then I have my conditions quite settled, and I decided to go for like, you know, like those kind of like 9 to 5 schedule. I would just stream and draw from like I'm starting like 9, I start my stream and then stream till maybe like 3 to 4 p.m. and then I went off. So it's basically stream that long and then keep chatting, keep drawing, all those kind of jazz. It actually strained my physical a lot, so like later on I got lots of health complications just from that. But I did do that for solid like 2 months. Yeah, I can basically my condition led me unable to work like a normal people with normal time. When I try to have a schedule and work like a normal person, that happened to me. And then my sleep time is out of whack, or my everything is out of whack. So I've been trying very hard to readjust my you know, my time and stuff. It proved to be quite difficult. But the moment like everything, like I stopped doing the daily stuff, like you know like the 9 to 5 like schedule, I start to have no more audience. Like around like some certain time I actually get like around maybe just on view, not like live view, just view itself should be like 80 to hundreds. And for some reason, when I stopped in that particular schedule, YouTube algorithm decided to say, nah, you're not good. we need you to be in this schedule, not random schedule. So I like starting to like not get too much like audience. I should actually get back my fixed schedule, you know. Yeah, having fixed schedule really does help a lot. Besides, most of my friends like only free at night, so I can hang out with my friends with at night time, and I can stream in the morning time. It's basically like actual work. Yeah, do you guys like this angle? I want to draw like the chibi version of Iris in here. This one is a newer type of experiments I'm trying to do. Let me try to show it to you guys on the Ko-Fi page 1. Alright, this one, as you guys kind of can see, I made a few different level. Oh wait, I can show you even the better version one. What is it? But I can show you guys this first. So there's like 3 different level. There's level 1, level 2, level 3. I don't know why the order is like wrong. I might have to rearrange them a little bit. So there's like all this thing is free. So if you guys want, you guys can download it and color, start doing like some coloring and gradient on it. It's actually pretty fun. Most of my friends try it and say it's actually pretty fun to like do it. So this is the first one I ever made. This one is Ina from Hololive. This is first try, so I'm not sure like how to do things properly yet, but it's still decent as a as a coloring page. I kind of overused the inking, but I still deem this as level 2 medium, because like this clothes actually have a lot of like clothing pattern. I removed those on purpose. I didn't draw in those things on purpose, so people can sort of like draw, like when they do coloring, they can add their own like color pattern into it, like the clothing pattern. But it's still a little bit difficult since I leave out quite a lot of blank space. And then there's the Doki Bird one. This is the level 3 one. Why I'm saying this one is a level 3 is because when you guys look at this, is when you see when it's like flat colors here, you kind of like can distinguish like which is which. But if this thing is like pure blank page, it's actually really difficult, especially on the hair part, because I leave out as much blank as possible, so it's actually quite empty. So when this thing like that is like become like quite hard to do. I even didn't do the jacket. I literally left out so many detail. I leave out like the hair, put it as blank as possible, and then like the tone, the skin, most of the clothes folding, even the jacket, I kind of like removed it. So people want to do it in the most hardest way, they can actually add the jacket in there. And I also made the tables a little bit like blank, so people can actually draw in the keyboard if they wanted to. Or like add more like background, like maybe she's like inside a cyber cafe or something like that, this and that, yeah, that stuff, lots of things. And then the next one, this is the latest one I made. This is the, I'm technically, why am I showing guys in here? Ta-da! Yeah, still my proudest one. I forgot, I totally forgot that I can actually like paint really well. It's not like I paint really well, it's more like I usually keep telling people that I can't draw, because I can't draw, I can't paint, because I lost the ability to draw and paint a long time ago, because I used to be a lefty, and then now I'm using my right hand. It's kind of like you know how to draw, but when every single time you finish a drawing or finish a painting, you feel like something is off. So I will always recognize myself unable to draw and like color as I used to a long time ago. But you know, it's been a very long years that I've been retrained how to use this hand to draw. And yeah, finally I think like something finally clicked in my head, and I can like paint and draw like how I used to. Despite the method is very different, but it have that feelings back again. But yeah, as you guys can see, like this is a very like highly detailed drawing. It's not complicated at all because everything is already set up for you guys. You guys just have to buck a tool and just do some like fixing this and that, yeah, that stuff, do some shading, and then voila, you got what you want. It's actually pretty fun on making this too. Like even when I'm coloring this thing, I have a lot of fun. See? Also, my friend told me that if I'm going to make a coloring page, actually I should not do this, like popping out like this way. Because this is not something that is like good for the paper, especially like you have to paint out the edge. Imagine like you print it out as a paper and then you have to paint it out there. Is actually a pretty like no things to do. Now I have to like slowly restrain myself not to pop out the image, but the aesthetic is nice. I might actually just in futures I'm just going to make the digital versions instead of like paper version. I'm not sure. It's like maybe paper versions is going to like crop them in, and then I'll offer like a QR code in this like corners so people can take the picture of the QR code and get a pop-up version of it, so they can do it in like with their own like drawing software. A lot of people have iPad this day, so it's like digital is actually quite nice too. Save up papers. When things is good is like, now how to know that your coloring is like doing a decent job is the moment you remove the line art, you kind of can see a shape. Like generally you still can see a shape. You know you did a good job. It's because like it's not actually line art reliant when you do a good job. See? Obviously having line art is still like a plus, but without one you still can see the image. Means you did a good job. If anyone want to learn like how I can do this kind of things, you guys can either watch my stream, sometimes I teach people stuff, or you guys want, I can actually literally teach you guys now. It's like a thing I do. I love to teach people drawing. Like I have a abundance amount of drawing technique, skill and knowledge. The problem is I can't perform it how I used to do it back in the days. I used to be very good at drawing until like one of my hand like got nerve damage. This drawing hand, like you guys can see the scar here, the surgery and everything. The things that caused my hand to have nerve damage is still there. It's like I managed to mitigate the worst damage, but it's the condition that caused it is still there. So it's basically something that is like more or less going to be permanent on my hand. It's basically what the doctor say is called like ganglion. It's just unfortunately in a way that it kind of grew. The way it grew is kind of like grew up like right smack that or the like the sensitive nerve on my hand. So it caused quite a lot of troubles. Because when that thing grew up bigger and bigger and bigger, it's kind of like squeezed onto my like hand nerve. So the moment I try to do something like this, it kind of like press onto the nerve, and because I don't give a shit about it for quite a long time, and it kind of like over time it damaged my nerve pretty severely. It's not like it's going to be like unable to use, it still function. It's just that it takes time to recover. Even it recovered, I can't really use it properly anymore, because if I still keep using my left hand, this thing is going to like grow back and worsen my left hand again. How this thing happen is basically what you call the improper use of left hand. I was not a lefty. I forced myself to become a lefty to the point that I become ambidextrous. It's like I trained myself to use my left hand to draw. Because I was a kid, I am young around the time, and I heard that people use left hand to draw is way better than drawing. So I kind of like even my family didn't know that. It's like when all my family know that I'm just right-handed. They do not aware the fact I'm actually left-handed too, because I use my left hand to draw only. I'm just using my left hand to draw, only drawing, coloring, all those kind of things. When I do art stuff, I use this hand. When I use like writing, I use this hand, because again, like writing in this hand is actually much more easier. Because you write this way, your hand won't smear that much. But yeah, so it's a weird story. But yeah, like there's a reason why a lot of my family and my friends like know that I love drawing and love draw comic and stuff, stickman comic and everything. I just like to make story and write story. And the reason why I suddenly like just stopped drawing overall and then just suddenly switched to study engineering is actually because like this hand, like I can't use this hand to draw anymore, and I just say like, you know what, I'm just going to give up and start studying like engineering, since like a lot of people say like the sci-fi I wrote is actually pretty nice. I did borrow quite a lot from Doctor Who, but still. But still, I do have a lot of my own stuff. Doctor Who is like jump in time. For mine, is jump in dimensions. And yes, Rick and Morty also do that. But mine is like before Rick and Morty, okay? I was young. When I say young, I mean like I'm 30 years old. When I say young, it's like 20 years old stuff, okay? 20 years stuff. Yeah, technically it's not 20 years stuff. It's more like 17. 16, you know, you get the ideas. I got the idea from one of my dream. That dream of mine is basically like, I think like around the time, here's the thing too, like I keep having idea like way before stuff is like being a thing yet. It's like a dream about like a person got isekai and lived in a bizarre word, and you know what, got a girlfriend there, find love, this and that, yada yada, but war happens and suddenly sent back. The guy actually like the story actually once he got sent back is kind of like the time that I woke up. So I feel like it's quite a sad story actually. He doesn't want to go back. And so I decided to write a story about him, that he decided to find any method as possible that he can to travel back. And once he found a way to actually like do dimension hopping, dimension jumping with a machine, so he decided to do like dimension hopping around. He doesn't like the machine he created, he can hop into different dimensions, but the problem is he doesn't have like the fine-tuned coordination for it. The machine doesn't have a fine-tuned like knowing which and where the positions of the dimensions going. So yeah, that can be like a very like difficult thing. So he basically just random hopping everywhere in dimensions, hope one day he can actually like go to that particular world again. But the problem is around the time like he invented the thing and then start to do like dimension hopping, he already are quite old. And thankfully, the first ever like dimension that he hop into is actually a very medically advanced like Earth version, a version of Earth. And then he stole a prototype of a nano machines that can keep him alive and young, but it's a prototype. It have like a lot of flaw and stuff, but he still like don't give a shit. He take it and then just hop off. That's a very funny gimmick when it comes to how his dimension machine work. The dimension machine is like you have to obey the physical, the universal law when it comes to different universe that he hopped into. Hold on, let me refix the thing. So the moment he hopped to another dimensions, he have to he have this like things like if he doesn't exist in that dimensions, when he hop into it, people either will like he basically force edit himself into that particular world. So now the people he met will remember him, but the moment he hop out of that dimensions, his existence just fade away. So people would just forgot that he exists. It's a lonely existence, yes, but because of that gimmick, I can write a lot of stuff. And also, different dimension have different laws of physics. Sometimes, like some bullshit happen, some bullshit sci-fi shit happens, is only going to work in that particular dimensions. It's like, oh, you have this machine stuff working here, but if you hop to another dimensions, maybe like, oh, I have this something energy source, and then like you hop into other dimensions, that particular physics just flat out doesn't work in that dimensions, so that thing won't work. It's like a lot of try and error for him to like learn how to like re-improve like his dimension hopping machine to a literal spaceship in the futures. But yeah, the first starting story that he already have like a freaking like spaceship, but I'm roll back to like his like in some way the point of the story, it talk about like his origin story. It's like so he stole this like nano machines that make him young again, and also at the same time keep him alive. That's the most important point, because he know he's going to blind hopping to different dimensions forever just to find that particular dimension. And the world he want to go is basically the chances like infinite. So he know the impossibility to hop into that dimensions, but he tried his best to keep hopping around the dimension until he find that particular dimension that he were in back in the days. But sadly, again, it's a prototype machine. That thing's only managed to keep you alive, but the problem is like it doesn't really repair your brain cell that well. So the longer he lived, actually the easier he forgets stuff. He become a very forgetful person. So by the time that in the story happening, he is just like a guy that somewhat have a dementia. It's not like exactly have a dementia. It's like he's functionally he doesn't really like he basically lives so long, he doesn't really remember lots of stuff, as like sometimes some things just remind him, oh, by the way, that thing can do that, oh, by the way, that thing can do this, oh, I never mentioned to you that this bullshit happened is because of this bullshit. Like he basically do not have like memory awareness anymore. He can't actually like actively remember stuff. Only when stuff like happening and then he remembered, oh yeah, by the way, I forgot there's a dinosaur like in this planet or something like that. So yeah, so that is like some of the leeway I give it to myself to like fix a lot of plot hole in some sense. It's because like, why didn't you say it? Memory issues. He's smart, but also at the same time have like a very bad memory issues. So he's not like infinite god mode by knowing a lot of shits. Besides, like different dimension have like totally different properties. So even he have knowledge about like one particular thing, and if he hop to another dimensions, that particular thing didn't work, then it didn't work. That is how I wrote the story back in the days. Because of like I dream a lot. I never sleep that well, so I dream a lot. So I have a lot of material to like write. And lots of people read my stuff. They say like, "Oh, this is creative." Like you like all this stuff. Like you can actually like consider like studying engineering for this. And then I'll be like, "Oh," and then I'll start studying engineering. I'm not sure it's the worst choice in my life or like the best choice in my life, because I do love being invented and stuff, because back in the days when I was a kid, this is the funniest ambitious stuff you can like write in your entire life. That is, I want to become the mad scientist. Not scientist, not inventor. The mad scientist from like if you watch like any cartoon show, there's always like the villain guy that is the mad scientist that every time they just come back every day with new stuff. Like it's basically Doofenshmirtz. The easier for you guys to recognize is Doofenshmirtz. I want to become him when I was a kid. I'm not saying I want to become a villain. I want to become him is because his sheer willpower, like all the villain, especially mad scientist villain, I always respect, even as a kid, respect the try hard of the persons did. Imagine you invented something, try to use it, even though it worked, you fail, you go back to the drawing board, and then make something up again, and go back to more. Is it literally like the next day you continue doing the thing? Like, you gotta respect that. Like, he can just keep on infinitely make stuff, never give up. That dude never gave up. The sheer willpower forced you to respect the villain. If you never think about that way, now you can see like those kind of like Saturday morning cartoon villain, like you starting seeing them in like a newer light. Like, yeah, they are determined. Nah, not just tested. If you watch a lot of like cartoon show when you were a kid, you might understand this point. Kim Possible, like Dr. Evil, or any other villain. They always lost to the hero, but at the end, you know, they surprisingly like keep getting up every single time they get beaten. Also, thank you for following. Every single time they get beaten, they will always stand back up. I am so impressed about the sheer willpower. Ah, Perry the platypus! What? A platypus? Perry the platypus! It's always that is like the gag that never reruns though. And then there's another gag about the what again? You know, there's like a gag that is just happened once in the movie, but a lot of people actually use it to the point that I feels like this is something that he always used. Like, you know, like you say something like very weird that happens to you, but it's like, well, if this always happened, I would if I get a nickel every time this thing happened, I would have 2. It's not a lot, but it happened twice. You know how the coincidence of it. Like, this quote is one of the quote I love the most. I love Dr. Doofenshmirtz. I already love the villain from most cartoon show, and Dr. Doofenshmirtz is like one of the best villain that I loved from like the cartoon show. Like, actually, I love almost all villain in cartoon show. They're kind of like comically evil to the point that you kind of like want to root for them every single time you watch them just lost again and again and again and again. Like, I don't root for the good guys because they keep faulting the plan of like the evil villain. But again, they will always come out a new plan the next day, third time's the charm, no, fourth time the charm, no, fifth time the charm, okay, 100th time the episode the charms. They never give up. You gotta respect that at that point. Oh, so by the way, hi there, American. It's been a while. Yeah, but lots of people use it in perfect situation quite a lot. Oh, like this one. Hold on, let me try to find it. Ooh, thank you for the subscriptions. Yeah, I don't know why, like, it's weird, like, how, because I'm doing multi-stream, so, like, the alert behave in a very weird way. Legend of Aventrist.
You hear some heavy breathing behind you by the...
Like this one. Can I actually full screen this thing? Yes, I can.
door. You hear some heavy breathing behind you by the door. You look back and you see two large frog eyes.
Oh my god! Close the door, there's a pervert!
Wait, pervert! We need to...
Hey, hold on a bit. I need to turn off the music to make it feel epic.
You hear some heavy breathing behind you by the door. You look back and you see two large frog eyes.
Oh my god! Close the door, there's a pervert!
Wait, pervert! We need to know where the costumes are!
Oh, you mispronounced Chatty.
No, she didn't.
Pervert's not even close.
You know, weirdly enough, it's not the first time I've had to yell that. If I had a nickel for every time I had to yell, close the door, there's a pervert, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened more than once.
Oh, you're not going to go naked? You could go naked. I mean, just joking. Unless... Okay, we'll go. I don't dare lay eyes on him.
Oh, but you dare lay eyes on me while I'm in my towel?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. I'm uncomfortable. I thought I was going to have a witty joust of words, and instead I'm just going to throw up.
We can still enjoy a witty joust.
Oh yeah, speaking of witty joust, I still have another thing to show. There's so many weird ass stuff happening around the world. Hold on a bit. Do you guys know MAPPA, the animations? Hold on a little bit. The animation studio that is like, you know, like make the last few seasons of the Attack of Titan. Hold on a bit, I'm trying my best. Doing as fast as possible. Okay. You know, MAPPA, the animations that create like the Attack Titan animations, this and that stuff. It's a big anime studio. They decided, I'm not sure I'm going to like, I should show this or not, but they decided to do a adaptations of a manga that is pretty yabai. And if you don't know about it, it's like if anyone's seen like there's an anime about like girls like use their boot to kind of like push people off the water. They make it into like intense sport and like super anime fight with that like particular they make it like so serious that it turned into like super anime fight. And let me try to find. Yes, this one. So there's so many weird ass skills in here. Again, this is a pretty yabai thing that I'm talking about. If you guys not like it, you guys can just like ignore this.
なら数えてみて。さて、僕は今何発尻を打ち
It's
出
an
したかな。
entire anime about like girls use weird butt attack.
565番ミキさん、489番オーナさん、ともに落水。
尻キラチ。
So yeah, like so the anime is called like Keijo, but it is basically it's an entire anime that is full on girls just playing like the water sport, like pushing people down into the water, but they just use their butt to like smack people into the water. So they change it into like some serious sport anime, a serious anime sport with skill and shit. And Mappa be like, hold my beer. This is what they're trying to adapt. Think Fighting Island to be adapted by Studio Mappa. So he's basically using Dick for jousting. I don't know how they are going to do it in a way that is like, I'm not going to show too much. You know what? I'm going to like flash you guys again. Dick Fighting Island to be adapted by Studio Mappa. I'm not sure it's real or not. If it's a meme, then I'm sorry. But if it's real, I will be like, what the fuck? That basically like, hey, girls use their butt, right? You know, we should draw a little bit equalities. Men use their strong to fight. And it's anime. Not even like yabai, not even those like yabai type of anime. It's actually legit anime. Man, the stuff you can see. Yeah, you would not expect this kind of things happen. Oh, thank you for all the subscriptions and following. But yeah, I do love to show you guys like a lot of stuff. Like, again, I am an engineer too, so if you guys want to know more stuff aside from weird ass anime stuff, I used to be a anime nerd, of course, and I also study 3D animations. I also study engineering. So if you guys like have any other topic you guys want to talk about, I can actually talk about lots of things. Like, you can literally ask me like some sort of like machinery stuff that happening, and or like, you know, like I love, like back then when I was a kid, I loved to watch how it's made and stuff. So if you guys are curious about how some of the machine actually works, like how solar panel works, how does it, that, yeah, the other stuff, how people install things, like how tunnel like digging machine work, or like ground digging machine, this and that other stuff, like any mechanical, electronical, even like space station, like how most of those things work. Actually, I got quite lots of knowledge about those kind of things too, aside from useless knowledge like those things I just talk about. Wow, calligraphy ink. That thing is pretty difficult. Technically, it's not that difficult at all. If you want a low budget version, charcoal always works well. Aside from that, there's so many other ways to like learn from that. But yeah, days have changed. People don't really know how it is made anymore. It's just a very old show that nowadays you can't even see this thing happen anymore, because everyone just like in internet. They won't really have the chance to see it unless you go to study in university, and then they decided to do like a factory visit, this and that, yeah, that stuff. I feel sad about it, how the traditions of like TV shows is gone that way. I hope that a lot of people still doing like Veritasium like content, so they can show like how manufacturing things work, how like science things that work behind the scene. Like those kind of things like is actually quite important for a lot of newer generations to understand and get inspired to become like the profession of that particular job. It's like, you know, like this is like why like a lot of Gen Z, they are not doing a lot of like job, because like not a lot of job, they don't really have ambitious to do quite a lot of many different things, and they went up ahead to just, you know, only want to become like influencers or like Instagrammer or like YouTuber or TikToker, all those kind of things. The reason why they only like target those kind of things is because like there's really lack of a media that teaches people like a lot of like profession related stuff to the point that makes people interesting in it, and then they would aim for that particular professions or aspirations of that particular job. The reason why a lot of people want to become an artist is, well, channel like mine. It's basically we just keep drawing and, you know, share our drawing, this and that stuff, teach people how to draw. People got interested in drawing, and then they got aspiration of wanting to become an artist. And people who watch a lot of Vtuber, they have aspiration of wanting to become a Vtuber. That's just how things works. I really hope like in the futures there would be like way more like technological, like something like how it's made, this and that, other stuff that just popping out everywhere, that can actually like help a lot of people like get quite a good aspirations. Like, you know, like, oh, I want to grow up to be like something, or I want to grow up to do this particular type of jobs and stuff, you know. You definitely would not see something that is similar production level, like how it's made in TikTok. You definitely won't be able to see that. Because way more show nowadays, they are focusing on the view rather than purpose of the video. A lot of people, like, I'm not really saying media literacy is like getting lower and lower. There legitimately not a lot of people like trying to make a certain type of media work out of passion. It's more like they're trying to make a certain media work because they want to adapt to how social media works. To be honest, that is like how television died. I hope like Netflix would do much more actual useful thing, like I say again, like make more like how it's made type of like video, sponsor a lot more how it's made type of video rather than the Cleopatra like level of like you know, that thing. Just like historically false stuff like added into it as the TV shows, or Velma. Gosh dang it. Get that thing off me. Man, anyone watch Velma? I don't watch it. I never seen the show, but I already hate the show. That is how bad it is. Because there's a lots of times that you know what that person know what they are doing. They are doing it either out of spite or they just like think they are smart. They are doing this because like you can get view from just like doing that, you know, like a hate view thingy. Oh, you don't like it? I'm just going to make it worse. Like those kind of attitude. Like, eye for an eye is a very good attitude, but this kind is basically just do it out of spite. That is like evil attitude. Too many people are being like too passive, but nowadays too many people are being too aggressive. There should be like a delicate balance on between like you being like passive and being aggressive. This is why sarcasm is a thing back in the days. But nowadays people can't read sarcasm anymore. I feel like it's because the moment people cannot understand and read sarcasm is the moment that how all this thing went so bad nowadays. Oh, speaking about people being way too aggressive. Have you seen like the drama like for the lift situations? Man, that one is just ridiculous. Like people just really lack the awareness just to like, you know, when people have an ego, it's really hard to temper that thing down, to be honest. This is like a new way to show a person that they really can't control their emotion due to ego. It's a very, very weird things that are happening. If you guys didn't know, let me try to bring this thing out. Hold on. This particular thing. So it's basically a person I hate to say this, when a person of this size, literally two men standing there, if they kind of like squeeze together, it become one person. I'm not trying to fat shame. This is like a serious health issues. You look around people, like if the people like around people like 90% is like in the guys like standing right beside you, and you are like literally the 1-2% look like that, you would be like aware that this is a health problem, right? But again, like I don't know a way to explain this, but again, this is this girl went on call like a Uber driver or something, like if a taxi service, easier for you to understand, like this kind of things, like order like a car to drive you to point A to point B, those kind of things. I need to go for very basic because sometimes some people just don't understand it due to different cultures and stuff. So the person have like a pretty I'm not sure he owned his car or like his rented car, or it's basically the car it's not a heavy duty car. It was never a heavy duty car. And then he saw her size and basically just say like, nah, my car can't fit you in, like even you squeeze in is going to damage the car, like going through a bump is going to scrape the bottom of the car so much to the point that I need to pay more to fix the car than you pay me to drive you to point A to point B. And he didn't actually say it. He just say like, you can't fit. It's going to damage the car if you manage to like squeeze it. Like basically, there's lots of things when it comes to this kind of things. Like for me, I would say no to her too, obviously. And the guy is actually very polite at that point. He is not like slinging like insult and just pointing a middle finger at them. So yeah, it's like he didn't even like try his best to like insult the person as being fat or anything. Somehow, because like he refused to take her in, he refunded the fee and then everything. Just tell her to call a second car. In this advanced world, you can literally call another car, just wait for 5 more minutes or 10 more minutes, they'll just arrive. It's fine, you know? You wait for train, you still wait for train. Like it doesn't inconvenience other people, to be honest. You can just call like ask for like a bigger car or like much more heavy duty car, or like have some specifications, or just call until a car that would take you. Either way, it's not a big deal. And she made a big deal out of it because her ego got hurt, because in her way, like she just assumed that this person say, you're fucking fat, I don't want to drive you. Like, bro, that person have a life, you know. Like if his car, like if it's actually his car got damaged from driving you, his car, like even the company, like the lift company, is going to pay for the damage and fix the car. His car is going to be in the shop. He is not going to work maybe for 1 or 2 days, if worse, a week. That is his livelihood. You basically, one drive costs him more than 10 customers. So people would actually choose to do that? To do that? Of course no. If it's like the car is a rented car, it's like you rent a car and then do all this driving things. It's even worse because it depends on how the contract is working for the rented car. It's usually our country, Malaysia, have another system. It's not called Lyft, it's called Grab. So there's like imagine like this, like entire like driving economy. They spawn a new type of economy. It's like renting the car out, and then they also take a little bit of commissions money too. Depends like on the drive, this and that, yeah, that stuff. That's like a whole separate contract, and also like damaging car and fixing the car, this and that, yeah, that stuff. It actually goes through them, not going through Lyft. So Lyft had to face the rental company, and then the rental company had to face the driver. So it's a very convoluted mess of things that you can't really understand. And this person is basically just, I don't give a shit. You say no, you offended me. I think you're calling me fat, so I'm going to sue the shit out of the entire company. I feel like people these days, their brain is literally left out in the house. They, like, again, like ego. Sometimes even I have ego that I would forgot. Like, even I does that. I understand why this thing happened. But, come on. Like, you literally go back your home, think about it, being angry about it, and then decided to go sue about it. It takes a lot of steps for you to go to this point, you know? It takes a lot of steps. Maybe like sometimes like a momentary things happens and then you are angry about it, and then stuff happens and you'd be like, oh shit, I did something stupid. I shouldn't do that actually. No, they literally think like they are on the right, and then like go through the entire step of point A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, B, W, X, Y, Z. So like they going through A to Z. Never think they were like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that. Or maybe I was running wrong. Or maybe I'm a little bit too sensitive. Or maybe like, oh, this guy maybe like have a livelihood to like protect this and that, yeah, that stuff. It didn't even cross through a person's brain when this kind of stuff happens. It's a very disappointed things when you look at like how stupid humanity is like slowly crossing the border at this point. Is yeah, like even I'm slowly getting more and more stupid, so I also can understand that too. But still, man, this is like full on idiotic. Like you can say like, if some people might not think like this, maybe the driver is like too sensitive to the car and stuff. Like I think like there's like a few, you know, it's basically counting on her everything. There should be like the car thingy. You know what? Let's try to search. Left driver. Is it this one? Yeah, you can literally look at this. You can literally look at this. On how low this car already is. You can see the gap between this and the ground. How low the car already is. The moment she sit into it, even the suspensions manage to like support her. The moment this guy climb uphill, it's going to damage engine. The moment this guy go through a bump, it's going to scrape the bottom. That is a guarantee. Like, I sit in a low car with a bunch of people before, it will guarantee scrape the bottom of the car. So, yeah. Like, it's stupid. I don't even know how this thing happened. Like, you really have to be in such a egotistical, like, self on yourself that always think like everyone is onto you to get to this point. If that is your life, if you encounter so many things that is people just aiming a shot at your weight, maybe you should actually think about it. Every one of my family say I'm fat. Actually, I'm legitly fat. If my size right now looking at me, that my size right now, if it's fat. Think about those people who is literally like tons of tired on them. And my current conditions, when I go to BMI and then weight myself, my height, my age, my weight, all those things combined, I'm actually in category 1 obese. There's category 1 to 3 actually. That's like beyond 1 to 3. Those are beyond 1 to 3. Beyond 3 at that point. And it's not, of course, like it's not easy to like lose weight. I now actually managed to lose weight enough to be like on just overweight instead of like on the obese like category. Around the time I was like 96. Yeah, I'm really fat around the time because like due to my issues I rarely exercise. So, and I also eat a lot. Now I choose to have like a certain level of diet and do light exercises, all those kind of jazz, and then I managed to tone down my weight from 96-ish, like drop to like 85, 84, like around this range. Now I just maintaining in this range because I don't know why I can't really like get any lower. Maybe I need to like have a much more intense exercise, but doing intense exercise actually makes me dizzy, so it's pretty difficult if that actually if I actually have to do that. So yeah, it also depends on like a person's like how they can burn fat and stuff. And there are people who literally that just lowering their diet, they don't even have to like exercise that much, they already like immediately become slimmer. For me, I need to like cut on diet and then like do intense exercise. This is what my brother say is basically our family trait. It's like our family trait body is actually like bodybuilder, like bodybuilder type. We actually need to do a lot of weight training to actually like convert our fat to muscles. That is much more easier. If we do a lot of like high endurance heat exercises, it kind of help us, but also same time it doesn't, because our stubborn fat is built to build muscle. It's not built to like burn for like endurance. Basically, my family is born to be strength type, not the speed type or the endurance type. Different like genetic really like change how you are going to look at how are you going to do your exercise. It's a very important things. If you guys didn't know how to like do proper exercise, you guys can tell me like how your daily routine is. Maybe I can somewhat fix you guys up with like some certain daily routine of exercise you guys can do without too much, because here's the thing, I have a medical issues that I literally can't exercise, and then I found a way to actually exercise. So if I can do that for myself, I feel like maybe I can try my best to help you guys a little bit too. Like one of my best advice like one time that I give to people is basically play your favorite anime opening and then start dancing to it. Imagine like you are in the epic anime fight, just keep flinging your body around. That is an exercise, you know. You just keep doing that, you will actually burn quite a lot of fat. It's going to be cringe, but being inside your room, nobody sees you. Just do that shit. Just the plain fact of doing that, you will get exercise done. You will get thinner. Obviously, you also need to do a diet too. But generally, it helps you a lot. If you're a Star Wars nerd, just have a lightsaber and then do all those like Jedi tricks. Try your best to pull off your best Jedi trick again and again and again. Perfect that pose. Your body will become limber, more limber, more being able to maneuver, more being able to like pull off those moves. It's going to be great when you try to like show it off to people too. I have advice to like exercise advice to help every archetype of people. Yes, it's going to like one day damage your body, but hey, you got a thinner body, right? And also like if you build up endurance doing those kind of things, cringy stuff, you can actually start going to gym because you have the physical capability too. And maybe you can try to go to a gym, like get some actual advice on how to do proper exercise, you know? Baby step. Your baby step is either to do cringe stuff or actually go to the gym. You know? It's some things that everyone can do. Man, this is difficult. Her hair is actually quite complicated. It have a perfect rounded shape though. Should be easy on the bulk, but I think it's because of the curl. I'm actually not that adapted to curl, so it might take a little bit longer time for me to make the curl up. Actually, how long is her hair? I need to take a look at the reference again. Oh, her hair is still like bottom of the waist. So this strand I might have to remove this strand. Oh, her hair is tied up at the end. I just noticed. And if it's like that, it's going to be way more complicated. Doing it is actually much more difficult. Alright. Drink some water. I've been having like a lack of water for quite a long time, so yeah. Yeah, each time I kind of gulp down the water, I actually drink quite a lot. Oh, the back of a hat is actually... Oh. Left to right, right to left. That is a very complex type of like hair tying at this point. Hold on a bit, I need to figure out how this thing works. The hair is actually quite complicated. The back of a hair. If you guys didn't know how iris look like, let me hold on a bit. Let me remove this thing first. It's kind of like a little bit eyesore for me. Also, I need to wear back the glove too. So, if you guys kind of notice, this is how her hair work. At the front point, the hair kind of like work like you can see like it's a tied up hair, and it's really like fluffy, this and that, yeah, that stuff, because like it's like a very fluffy hair that decided to tie it up at the end, and you can kind of see like how flowy the hair is. Imagine like it's like a curl up, really long curl up hair, and then they decided to tie the end of it. But the problem is, the way her tie is, you can see the flow of the line. So it's literally, oh, you guys can see it. Let me zoom it in a little bit. You can kind of like see a little bit how the hair actually works in it here. It's basically it's the flow of the line from right to left tied down this way, and then left to right tied down this way. So it's basically it's a cross twist over the side of the head, here and here. Now you see it. So it's a very difficult way to draw it. I need to find a way to kind of like, you know, can I just sort of like ignore and cut off the horn in another X and V? So I'm going to like invisible the horn at the moment, because doing the hair is going to take quite a long time at this point. Having a horn there is actually quite disrupting my drawing process, because again, like I'm going to like fill up this place like quite lots of time, so having a horn doesn't really help me either in the first place. Hi there, Hilly. Well, I've never seen me have my hair combed before. Oh, you guys are hearing some other stuff. Oh yeah, the music is a little bit much more louder than usual. Totally forgot about that. I was like showing something on the internet. Man, this is hard. This is very hard. Again, if you guys didn't know, this is her hair. Her hair is actually tied up at the end, and it's a very fluffy hair that get like tied up. And basically, they curl up the iron hair. But the problem is, the hair is like right side bind to the left side, the far left, and then left side bind to the far right side. And the angle I'm drawing makes it really hard to like do it. I want to draw like a flowing hair, something like this. But the problem is now the right hair is actually over here, and then the left hair is actually over here. Oh, did I just solve my issues? No. My right hair should be here, blocking most of the things here. And then Hold on a little bit. I'm doing some social media post. Do do do. Do 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 do. I feel like I finally realized that this is not a hoagie. That's like really really long. If you guys didn't know about it, I'll show you guys like the art here. You notice like she have this particular pop up in her hair. I thought it was like a really really long ahoge, so like it's just like instead of like, you know, here, it's like so long to the point it just like flop down. But the more lower I see, and then I realize it's actually tied up hair, and I don't know how this thing, like where this thing goes. Even it didn't really show in here. It's just like weirdly got like hair just pop out of nowhere. And then I realized, holy heck, maybe this is how her hair works. Because here's the thing. Her hair is literally from right side down to the hair tie over here. Like her hair is basically tied at the end. So it's from the right or bind all the way to the left. Left bind all the way to the right. I imagine like maybe someone actually can have that actual hairstyle. It's like if they curl up their hair in a very big wave. So and then like tied up the end. Actually can be as fluffy as this actually. But it's a nightmare to draw. To be honest, it is a nightmare to draw. So her hair is supposed to be here. We have to erase most of the thing here first. To pop up, so I'm going to increase the weight over here. Yeah, I'm trying my best to refix what I did. Here and then make your lowers. Yeah, it's a nightmare for artists if they have to like be very consistent and most artists is very spot on the detail, so it's going to is has basically is like instant challenge for a lot of people. If any artist is like specialized on like drawing the hair, like see her hair, they would just say challenge accepted, you know. Also, I think it's also because of the how elaborate her hair is. That's like one of the reason I really love her design, actually. Well, for one, like, here's the thing, like, how should I say, if you watch Iris from Hololive a lot, you would actually, how should I say, she is literally the most normal girl you can find. In my circle. I would consider the most normal girl. Like, very Asian. When I say very Asian, is basically is like, you know, that's, we have a thing is like, we have a right amount of like yabai joke and like being like fine with like lots of things, you know. This is why yabaris is a thing, because like we don't we it's basically it's like second nature to us. It's not like you are actually trying to be lewd, it's just we have lots of lewd jokes. Just by natures. I have a lot too when I actually start speaking Chinese. I refrain myself from doing that, but yeah, you guys can get if I really want to do it, you guys will hear it a lot more than I think. But again, man, the hair is like, it's a big challenge. I need to find a way to make it look nice and thick on here. Because it's not a small strand of hair, it's like a big strand of hair. It's like crossing to the other side. Not just this particular strand, like there's so many other strands of hair too. Yeah, so far so good. Carving style just looked plain bad at the very beginning. It's like you really need to like have the heart to kind of like, don't mind the detail first, just mind the blocking. The most important thing you need to like endure is like you need to create a correct shape, correct flow and shape. So no matter how messed up it looks, it's just like, think of it as blocking. And then the rest is just like reshaping stuff. You can see like, if I zoom in, it's really ugly. I have to do a lot of cleanup afterward. Or I can do it now. But yeah. Man, this particular part, this particular side is going to be a nightmare for me. It won't be a nightmare for you guys because if I fixed it, it's going to look really beautiful. But the problem is like, a lot of people might not know this. When it comes to like coloring book, it's either you use AI to cheese it, or you really meticulously finish a coloring page like how I did. You have to figure out like which kind of informations you need to leave out so people can do coloring much more with ease, which kind of detail you have to be hyper specific on so people won't get confused when they do a lot of like drawing and stuff, coloring and stuff. Like how easy are you going to make it, how hard you're going to make it. This is a very like important point when it comes to doing a coloring page. A lot of people might think it's like easy to do it, kind of hard, because like it's not just, oh, you just post your outline for that particular art, done. It doesn't work that way, sadly. Like even you just want to post your line art for people to do coloring, you have to edit in a way that it's like it's easy for people to see the color, which spot they need to color, which spot they don't need to. It's a very important thing. Why I'm saying that is because they're not you. They don't know where they should start coloring, where they should do editing on the line. Because when you are the one who drawing, you understand most of how the line is going to like end up looking like. And you can do tweak on it, this and that, yada stuff, like lots of things. But on this, no. if other people are going to do your work, you have to arrange it in a way that is like easy for other people to do coloring. And I'm telling you, I'm still practicing. So so far I have nobody like give me actual feedback, like, because even my friends like color and say it's like it's very nice to colors. It's still a opinion of an artist. I really need like opinion of like a normal person's color this thing and then give me feedback that way. Else it's going to be really hard for me to like understand how to make the line art that is like suitable for people who literally have zero knowledge about drawing. It's like you made the games for kids, you have to understand how kids play games. Ko-Fi, you always make me excited that I have new viewer, but you always make me disappointed that actually it's you. Not a lot of people would spam click into the Ko-Fi page in the first place, so yeah. Just from experience, there's no one actually that come here. Oh, I saw a Ko-Fi and I go into it. I see your free artwork. Hey, you did a pretty good job, but this, that, nobody. This kind of like situation is really rare. Like, not a lot of people are that into art, you know? So currently I'm still have like this issues that I don't know which kind of like target I need for my coloring book. Should I just target people who actually are from the art communities? They just don't have that much skill in drawing. They just want to colors. Yeah, and then if that is actually my perfect customer, but I'm not really sure this is like a very common customer that I would get. Man, the hair is going to be so complex. I feel like not a lot of people can actually color this that well because how complex the hair is going to be. Let me go to the toilet finish. I did chuck a little bit too much water. Imagine I didn't tell people that I went to BRB screen and come back, they would be seeing a person suddenly pop up. Whoa, 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 you're breaking the rule here! To be honest, there's a lot of like face cam streamer. Yeah, there's a lot of face cam streamer that's dude that is later on turned into a VTuber. So they kind of like fine with like both end. They're like, yeah, my face, here's my face. And then like there are people like never really like show their face. I think almost dude is like the only few that is kind of like fine that they are VTuber and then they are like facecam streaming at the same time. They can flip-flop into like each like zone quite easily without any too much of issues, because not a lot of people watch like male VTuber in the first place. So having a facecam is like not too much of a big deal within like VTuber scene, to be honest. Obviously, if you kind of go for like the Fujoshi like thirst trap, and your model is like really hot, and then in real life you're not really that hot, maybe that might become a problem. Thankfully, I have a perk called I am Asians, and I got good Asian genes. It's not like I'm ugly. Yeah, this is why like it's best to not like do those kind of like things. It's like I say, it's like Fujoshi bait. Imagine like anyone in Nijisanji, like they are much more specialized on male VTuber. If someone in Nijisanji decided to like the dude like show their face, if they are like super hot in the first place, then yeah, I guess it's fine. Like if they're not, it's going to like, you know, girls is going to flip out. Guys is going to be flip out less than how girls flip out. You can just see like how most faceless like YouTuber on the dude side, they're faceless, or like they wear a mask, like literally wear a mask, or like how Corp's husband is. And yeah, the moment people like somehow see their face, they are super disappointed. And usually, even girls won't even get that much of a backlash. And dude is the one that get the most backlash, and it's not coming out from like unhinged guys. It's coming out from unhinged girls. Man, try not to become Fujoshi bait. You are going to in for like a very like pain town if you decided to like show your face if you're not hot looking enough. Imagine this. I have somewhat of a voice match my face and also match my VTuber avatar in the first same times. But if I actually use this other voice, if I started with this voice, a lot of people like it, and then the moment they see my face, this is not the face I expected. Or I can actually start speaking like this, and again, if I actually like, show my face out here right now, people are just going to be confused. Why you look like this and then your voice is like super deep? To be honest, I didn't actually like on purpose make my pitch like higher or my pitch lower. It's just for some weird reason my voice pitch naturally become higher for no reasons. When I was I don't know, like maybe it's like, you know, a lot of things that happens. But I don't also, hi there Glass Bob, sorry that I was like a little bit way into my chatter. Infinite yapping. Biblically accurate iris. Yeah, here's the thing, like I decided to I'm doing a donathon, so like one of the perk is I do one more coloring coloring page from Hololive Choice. I did a poll and then I got Iris. I did quite a lot of people. This one is Project Melody. And this one is Doki Bird. This one is Ina. So currently I'm making Iris one. Iris one is, man, her hair is actually really hard to draw if I draw it in this angle. I'm going to draw Yabiris like Chibi over here later on, looking up the skirt. And then like a normal like Chibi Iris over here. This time I'm going to do multiple level in one page because I'm doing various things. This is like level 2 difficulty coloring page. This is level 3 difficulty coloring page. This is level 1 difficulty coloring page. Because if I remove all the colors, you can see like how detailed the artwork is. So you have easier time to like do the coloring. So I'm going to create this in level 2 and 3 in the same time. Technically 1, 2, 3, all the things in one page. So I'm going to like slowly, selectively like erase a lot of detail. And on level 2, and then like at level 3, I'm just also removing the you know, like I say, I need to draw like 2 chibi of Iris here, and I'm gonna remove that on the level 3. And her hair, yes, currently I'm going to like not exactly complain, it's more like a challenge at the moment, is how her hair functions. Well, Yu-Gi-Oh do have a lot of spiky hair characters, so I can get that. Unless you decided to say like my characters is more like a Midoriya wannabe, I will flip out because like Midoriya is like curly hair, mine is like spiky hair. Both is like super different thing. We aren't even the same green color in the first place. But yeah, I've been called Midoriya wannabe a few times. Or Nuxtaku wannabe. I don't mind Nuxtaku wannabe because like it's not even close. But Midoriya is kind of like green. People just see green, they think I'm just trying to copy like My Hero Academia. It does piss me off a little bit because like those are more like, if people mention that, I would just view them as like anime tourists. If you're going to say Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm definitely sure that you watch anime for quite a long time. But yeah, my character is actually quite inspired from Kingdom Heart. Yeah, Kingdom Heart and Law of Ueki. So the color scheme is from Law of Ueki, and Kingdom Heart is basically Sora from Kingdom Heart. It's just the hair got edited a little bit, especially nowadays. Back in the days, the way I draw the characters, the hair is actually down, not up. I can try to find like I have a huge stack of like drawing book. Oh. What is it? This one. I have quite a lot. This is the very old one. Most of the color is already faded, so it's going to be a little bit hard to show to you guys. But I'll try. This is one of the many files that I have. For this one, let's take a look. Nope, this is my invention book back in the days when I studied engineering. Well, technically, it's more like the book that inspired me to study engineering. Which one would be best? Yeah, the green one always. I think the green one, it was like the time that I started to do a lot more like character design. Yeah. you can technically say that. Lots of people are not really... I won't really say they're full-on tourists, but more like... They just started to watch anime. Like, the most anime they would watch, like, is the mainstream anime, like, Kimetsu no Yaiba, or like, you know, a little bit of Gundams, a little bit of like My Hero Academia, all those kind of like very mainstream anime. And if it's basically, it's easier to know they are just beginner watcher, you can just ask them 2-3 anime and then they can answer you. Then they are OG, or like they are anime connoisseur. That even they just started. They have a very good like recommended list. Ask them what is Hayate no Gotoku. If they know what is Hayate no Gotoku, they are very cultured anime watcher. And Hayate no Gotoku, if they know the old version of Full Metal Alchemist, and there's still a few more. Gintama is actually a pretty decent one, because Gintama is anime itself. Everything happening in Gintama, the chaoticness, it is anime itself. It literally references as anime in some sense. If you want to think what anime is, think like Gintama, and then like 90% of the anime is actually like that. Now, that is a meme. You shouldn't actually drop that name. Yeah, there might be kids here, so if you want, you maybe have to like remove that word. Not this. Because if I'm the one who kind of like block it out, you might get targeted by YouTube, so it's best not to do that. Is it this one? No, this is way too old. This one. Oh yeah, it's this one. Yeah, I know you're not intentionally doing that. This is why I just let you know instead of just go oversensitive and start bonking people. Oh, this is like super old. Yeah, this is like maybe 18 or 17 years ago. It's very faded. Yeah, not this one. Ugh. Oh, it's this one. Ah. It's older than I thought. Yeah, back in the days, Kirei hair is actually yeah, not spiky. But back in the days, because I've modeled my character after Sora from Kingdom Hearts, so I was very conscious about trying my best not to copy his hairstyle, like the spiky hairstyle. And later on, I'll be like, you know what? I'm just going to develop my own spiky hair. It's like you can kind of see it's kind of swirling around instead of like 1 point here, 2 point here, something like that. So I developed my own like spinning studies, this and that, yada stuff, and I finally managed to create this design. But the problem is, the funny thing is, good thing I actually turn his hair spiky, because as time changed in Kingdom Hearts series, if you ever play the game, you will notice one thing: Sora's spiky hair is gradually going down. It's slowly getting less and less spiky, and then you look at the Kingdom Hearts 4 like development trailer. It's like his hair literally like he lost his hair gel. It's like my older design. Well, how the table flipped. Nah, it's not it's not like the first ever version she have. This is the second version she have. Here's the thing. I have like some issue with the hair at the moment. You can see like why this thing looks like a bunch of mess at the moment. I'm still trying to figure out, because like in this angle it's really hard to do the hair correctly at the moment. I'm still trying to figure out how it works. Not figure out how it works. I know how it works, it's just I need to figure out how in that particular angle how it works. I really like how the color works too, because it's really hard to blend like really bright colors into like majority of the color is like really bright without hurting the eyes. So as you can see, like her hair managed to blend in such a way it doesn't hurt the eye, while it's like using the most brightest color in the world. But yeah, if you kind of like notice, the hair currently you're looking at is tied up at the end of the hair. You can see in here. But I have running into a very big design issues problem. Well, technically it's my design issue problem. If you look closely, how does hair work? How the hair tied at the end is from right side slowly tied to the right side, if you do notice it. Or if like there's like an image I just made, hold on a little bit. Yes, her hair is literally from here, point A. Let me have this thing so you can see point A tied to point B, from right to left and left to right. So because of this kind of property in her hair, I can remove this thing first so you kind of like see it. So you can see this, how the highlight work. Guideline guide to here. So her right hair is supposed to be band to the left hair, and then the far left of the hair is going to band to the right, far right of the hair tie. So it's because of that, when I draw it in this angle, it makes it significantly harder, is because you only can see one side of the hair being tied to one side, and another side is like go cross and then go cross like across the hair and just disappeared. It's really hard to draw the hair, kind of like guide them properly to the way that you kind of can see it. And also the hair is kind of like wavy on the back, going to fly up a little bit. You know, like weightless hair, those kind of things. So I have to draw a certain level of the hair right now. It's like I'm going to draw the hair a little bit like this. Going to cross a little bit in here and then disappeared this way. And then this type of hair, I need to draw them like this. Later on, they have to be something flowy like this. And then there's another part of the hair is going to be flowy like this. Is extremely hard because like you're going to separate this thing as one strand of the hair, and then suddenly some strand of the hair come out of nowhere, and then you have to maintain. Imagine like this thing is like the green side is like this side of the hair, and then you have to also in the same time drag some hair down here, and then have some time drag some hair down here, and then on the red side you also have to drag some hair down here and then drag some hair to here. So yeah, it is very difficult. No. I'm got like a good like perspective. Like I don't really need that skull thingy like happening there for Clip Studio. The problem is how the hair works, not how the head works. The head perspective is actually already pretty nice. The problem is how the hair is going to like travel around unseen and then pop out behind here at that perspective. You know, it's like going to hide in here and then like another strand of the hair start to pop out in here. But this hair also like going through here, cross, and then go to here. It's kind of difficult to actually find a pathway from unseen pathway. You kind of get that, right? And also because of how I actually do my art style, I'm actually using the lasso tool, the lasso fill tool to actually draw the line on instead, actually. So imagine right now I'm going to like draw the head. Oh no, it's all on red colors. So if I'm going to draw the head like this, right now, this is the head size. I'm going to need to draw a few strands of hair. Going to the back like this. And then a few more strands of hair like pop up over here, but also in the same time doesn't really, you know, make it too like pop up to the point that it looks weird. Not too pop up, but enough you notice there's a pop up. I already plan out where her hair go. It's just I note the later on I noticed like there's another because at first I didn't aware the hair actually functioning this way. At first I thought let me show this again. At first, the moment I see this, like you can see this particular strand of like hair like pop up here, I thought it was like a very very long ahoge. Oh, my head is blocking. So you can see like in this point here. So I thought it was like a really really long ahoge. And then it's just like really really long strand of ahoge. Like usually it's like pop up like that's like a spring that like that, but it's because like it's so long, it's just like ripped down. I thought it was like that. So you can kind of like see in my sketch there's like a really long flowing ahoge here. And then later on I learned that, oh, that's not the case. That is not the case at all. So I have to like replan a lot of stuff. But I already like halfway drawing in, so it took me quite a while to like, I'm trying to like, because this method of drawing, if you didn't know, the art style is basically I draw a face like this and then using this take advantage of having like a very black ink blob like this. Obviously I'm going to be here. Then this thing is going to be, oops. So imagine I do this, So it's basically me doing entire thing like this. And then I'm not fully following the line art, the sketch art I did. I just trying my best to chip out the shape bit by bit. And gosh dang it, the AI found a way to get in. Because I already have like a lot of word block, and then they somehow managed to still get in. Next time I might have to literally block the word viewer on F2. Actually, I accidentally created this style because I'm actually really shitty at line art. Hold on a little bit, I'm doing some moderations. Done. So I can do a much more higher functioning control when it comes to like doing facial shape like this. See? And I feel like, oh, I don't like how the face look like. I want the face to look a little bit sharper. So I decided to add more ink into it and then shave it out this way. You know, it's like I need to chip the things into size rather than like, you know, see? Now I got a much more like nicer looking facial shape this way. And then as for the hair, I decided to go for something like this. And then, yeah, just keep on like adding and removing stuff. I can just keep on infinitely like edit and change the shape however I want. This is the advantage of this kind of like style that I'm doing. Long as you have like a certain understanding of like how most, you know, how most of the line art rule is like, when things are touching, you have like a thicker line, you have shadows, you have like thicker line, shadow area, you have light from here, then like your light area, the line will be thinner. As long as you keep following like most of the rule and your own set of rule, you actually would have like a nicer like you would get like a nicer line art thing, because like all this thing that I made is actually using the same method. Yeah, people can do a lot of things. This is like a special method I kind of like developed somehow. I definitely know I'm not the first one to invent this kind of method. Some people actually may use this thing a longer time than me. It's just that I actively using this thing rather than like you know, just using it out of convenience, or like maybe it's just like gimmick. And you kind of like can see like the nature of this thing is keep on the spot, keep editing. So when I notice something wrong, it's kind of like really hard to do a U-turn unless I really erase everything. Like just now you just saw me like erase like all the thing and then do the entire round shape again. So kind of can see like this lasso filter, and so far like I can say only Clip Studio have this lasso filter. Yes, some other software have this thing too, but so far I don't see any software have the third color palette that is transparent color palette. So far I don't see any like, maybe Alpaca have one. Or maybe no, Critter have one too? Maybe no. I have no idea. The only one that I know that have like lasso inking thing is literally just the Magma Studio IO. That online sharing canvas thingy. Like they have it, but they don't have the transparent thing, so you still have to find a way to like creatively like erase stuff like in other method. Yeah, definitely. If I need to compare with like lots of different art style, this one definitely is the slowest art style you can find in the world, because how it does is not actually drawing in some sense. If you are artist yourself, you kind of realize that this is not drawing. This is literally like you trying to do some clay stuff and just chipping and adding stuff. It's like you're doing marble carving. But the problem is the marble carving, if you messed up, you cannot recover. For me, I messed up, I can just add more black blob into it and then poop. And then just like keep carving, and then like, oh, the shape messed up, and I just like add more stuff and then carve more out, you know? Like you can see this thing. Oh, and then I can join this thing. Now it works much more better. And then you can see like I want a centers like this, so I'm going to erase this one a little bit. I'm trying to make the head highlight a little bit much more better. This is actually like a very like detailed, like meticulously craft, but also same time like the weakness of this thing is actually detail. You can't actually do detailing that much. Yeah, actually there's another horn here, so I removed it because like it's going to be a very headache situation for like the entire hair things going on there. I made it a little bit too popped, so I'm going to switch this up a little bit, make them less pop out. And this thing, I have to make them look like this. I kind of realize that what I'm aiming for at the moment is create a flow that the center of her head spin is under this directions. Yeah, I haven't like do this particular part of the hair yet. Like if you didn't notice, a design again have quite a lot of things going on. Her hair is actually really complex. You kind of can see like the parting line is like in the middle of her forehead. Usually people like have to spin behind the head. For her, it's literally on top, like in the middle sections. And she also have this strand of hair like outside her bang. So I haven't drawn like the things like the extra strand of hair like outside her bang yet. Because I have to finish all the base before I do any other things. And the base, still lots of things. Because currently her head shape is not like the best head shape at the moment, so I need to keep on editing. It's going to take age. Like imagine this thing, the Project Melody one. It took me like maybe a week to actually like finish this thing. Mainly the week is like I literally spent 3 days. 3 days. Not on the overall detail. I spent a full day on the head herself, but I spent 3 days. 3 days on a detail that nobody would actually notice, even they try. I spent like 9+ hours, technically like 12+ hours. Like 3-4 hours a day, so it's like 3 days on the zipper. Yes, I draw all the zipper individually. You can see it's not a uniform sized. I literally hand chipped. You can definitely see like if I do this like one bit by bit for 3 full days, bit by bit. Like this one is worse because this one I have to do it 3D due to the angle. Like this one I can just like do 2D stuff. It's much more easier to draw a pattern like this. But when I come to draw this part, holy heck, the popcorn thing is like, it's really hard to angle it in the right angle. It took me ages to do it. Yeah, Melody have like a very good reference. This is why I can color it in a very nice way too. But the problem is I went like too obsessed with like making like the things like one by one. Because here's the thing. There's an issue with this particular style that is detailing. This thing is not meant for detail. I create this style originally is to skip detail. Because I don't want to draw too much detail, so I use this thing to like in very, very heavily ink style. You kind of can see this in Ina hair. In a very, very heavily ink style to skip most of the detail. It's not designed for detailing. And I want to learn and try to develop this thing to have a little bit much more on the detail level. On the high detail level. If I just do all this thing, it's just easy, like just blacken all the stuff that have like complex detail. Done. Technically, just how most of the comic actually does that too. Even webcomic do that. Ooh. That was like Donathon stuff. So this is the first time I start to do a little bit more detailing, like have like a lot more white space than black space. And then this one is the higher level of it. Have like extra more like thinner detail, smaller detail stuff here happening here and there. You can see like a small strand of hair, like this thing, or like anything like on like the higher 3D detail. Usually I would just like cover everything like on the detail side with a you know, with a very like dark ink. Oh no, the problem is this thing need to have like a sense of like third dimension here, because how like the things move, you kind of can see like this thing is like facing here, and then the other thing is like literally sideways because like how flat it's going to become. Like you can see like how it kind of like designed is like I decided to like draw everything flat here, and then this part is I'm going to do this third dimension here. It's like angle is actually very important. So when it comes to like for me on drawing, because I am a animated background, so I do dynamic drawing more than just a still drawing. So most of my pose is like more or less a little bit on the action dynamic pose. So you can kind of already see like they have a lot of movement when it comes to like posing and stuff. Like even this, you can kind of like see she is walking in a angle that usually people won't actually like frame it this way unless you're doing some animations. They kind of like you show them walking across the hallway, those kind of things. Usually, if it's like normal, just like drawing for fun stuff, I would. Do I have one here? If it's for social media posting, I'm going for like square. But if it's for like you know, like for drawing for I have a series that is called Friendship Chain. It's basically I draw a VTuber, and then that other VTuber, once I finish, that other VTuber have to nominate another VTuber, and then next, just keep on chaining the friends. See like how far the chain will go. Let me try to show it. Fan art. Quick sketch. Let me open up all and Yeah, this is the size I go for. And you kind of can see I go crazy with the angle when I draw. And then this one is Zendaya. This is what I call simple style. Oh, this one is not a A4 printing size. This one is A4 printing size. This one is not. This one actually is a special made size that I used. 1080 on the whiteness, and the length is just a extra 300-ish. Technically just 200-ish. So it's 135 on height. 1350. It's not an A4 size. It's like kind of like shorter form of like screen. It's like, imagine this is your screen, and then I do it in this quarter size. Get it? It's actually phone friendly instead of saying like it's A4 size. I'm doing this size so I can actually create a... hold on a little bit. Do you know how annoying it is? Like most YouTube short, the bottom is like completely block out lots of stuff. So if I draw in this size, I can actually move up the drawing without actually have like the word like blocking most of the things. If I actually like go through this particular, hold on a little bit. Yes. And well, because I made this kind of short, you can see if I actually use A4 size, it would look a little bit overextended to the bottom. If I actually use like my particular like special size that I created for it, you can see like they are much more full in most of the things. You can see. So as I put it in here. So you can see like this size, the word won't really like block most of the thing. And if I go for, oh, this one is the, I was playing some other music back then. Yeah, if I go for this, like it's the A4 size. This is A4 size. You can see like lots of things actually got blocked by word. If I write more stuff, it will block almost everything. So I don't want to have like most of my work got blocked by the gosh dang stupid YouTube decision to like put like a bunch of things in the bottom. Like there's no way to remove it, to be honest. There's zero way to remove it. If there is, they make a very poor job to like like just having this on default and then make it like very convoluted to the point that nobody actually figured out how to remove the word. So this is like short friendly size. And this is called simple style. I call it simple style. Is basically I did not really pay attention to a lot of things. I just draw enough. When people see the image, they will be like, it's special. This thing is also specialized on like social media posting. So it's like, instead of paying for like a very expensive artwork, I would just draw enough. I would put enough detail, enough colors, enough style into it. When people scroll past it, if you want to write some things down, people will just say, wow, and then they pause a little bit, read what you are doing, and then keep scrolling. That is the philosophy of simple style. It's like low budget for social media only. It doesn't really have any other use. Like all this thing. But gradually, here's the thing, you kind of can see it. This thing is like really sketchy. It's like, it looks like a very complete sketch. But as time goes, it's just slowly getting more and more detail. It's like, this style is meant to dumbify the artwork, but for some reason, like, my profession refused to let me dumbify the artwork. It's just getting, the quality is just getting better and better and better. I have to force dumbify most of my artwork. Oh yeah, I didn't show the latest one. Actually, the latest one I do is like, I love it even more. The latest one, where is it? Not here. Yes, this one. Yeah, this is the latest one I drew. Back then, I was asking people that who do the nomination give me like one word prompt. Like nowadays, I want to like do much more like anime reference like level prompt. This one is a Spice and Wolf like anime prompt. Again, it's supposed to be simple style. I'm trying my best to dumbify the style. Okay? I'm trying my best here. You see the background? I uglify the background. I got a feeling like the background is literally would be better if I literally have nothing there. But yeah. Still lots of things to learn. Oh, by the way, if you guys see the Ko-Fi page thing, I do have a Ko-Fi page, and all the coloring page that I show you, like the Doki Bird, Project Melody one, all those line art is actually free. You can go to my Ko-Fi page and then download that. And if you appreciate it, you can actually do some donation on that page. I am running a donathon at the moment. And yes, aside from actual drawing, I'm also a very well wannabe. I'm still trying to get into it, get into the industry, but I want to become a voice actor too. So I do have quite a lot of voice change that I can actually do quite a lot of things with. Well, this is a few of my default voice that I can do. Yeah, the things that I can actually do quite consistent on. So I did add on one of my Donathon perk at the moment is people get free art requests. I already got like 3 requests done. I still got 2 more requests. And once it reaches $50, every $50 mark, I add 5 more. Currently, I'm already at $30 mark. And as you guys kind of can see, this is like one more free like coloring page. This is the coloring page I'm doing, the iris one. And then there is the law things I can talk about, like on my crew stuff. And then there's also people can start writing voice line, and then I can do voice line for free. Yeah, I made it a little bit too popped. Need to do this thing again. Yes. Yeah, because I keep editing, like the head shape is actually going like off right now. Let's see I can cheese it or not. If I can't, I need to find a better way to cheese it, I guess. Whew. This is going to be very complicated. Okay, I need to figure out the main strand of the hair is going to be this particular strand. I need to design it in a way that people won't get confused with how flowy the hair she have. Oh no, it's saving itself. It's kind of like making things. Yeah, sometimes the autosave is like making how I'm able to like draw stuff much more harder sometimes. Actually, it's already pretty late, so I might have to off soon. Because I am a little bit hungry, so. Alright then, I'll be taking a break after stream. Maybe I'll stream either like tomorrow or a few days next day. Depends. So yeah. Thank you very much for watching, and as always, everyone stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye bye.